Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to get set up, get under the bar, and receive the command to begin the lift. During the squat, lifters need to start with their knees locked and listen for a squat command before beginning the squat. Any movement or wiggling around to get in position is totally acceptable until they receive that squat command. Once they receive the command, they need to descend until the top surface of their legs at the hip is lower than the top of the knees. After that, the rest is simple. Simply stand up with the weight to completion, making sure the knees are locked and you're motionless before receiving the rack command. There are a few common causes for a missed lift. One of the most common is that the lifter didn't squat deep enough. This is a red card. Or they started or finished the squat but their knees were still bent. This is a blue card. The other blue card is for beginning the ascent and double bouncing or descending a second time before completing the lift. Everything else is a yellow card, including losing balance and taking a step, racking the bar too early before receiving the rack command, or beginning the squat too early, or intentionally using their elbows to leverage off their legs. Now you know the rules of the squat.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Masters World Cup held here in Memphis, Tennessee. We're getting the day started off just right. Brian going for 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds on the bar. Two to one, not quite there. So one thing that lifters need to pay attention to is if they get any red lights on their squat, they need to go over and ask their judge what went wrong so they can try to make it better. Arthur Mark Fowler opening up with 85 kilos on the bar, 187.39 pounds. Great grind there from Arthur. Throughout the day, you'll hear us referring to weight as both kilograms and pounds. From a competition level, we do utilize kilograms, and the reason we do that is to keep it to an international standard all the way across the board. However, for us Americans, sometimes it's easier to convert it to pounds and see how it goes. 125 kilograms on the bar, 275.58 pounds. Really good squat on there. Pristine, well thought out. One thing that masters lifters are phenomenal at is knowing what they're capable of and pushing themselves to the absolute limits. Everything is usually pretty precise from their pick to their walkout to their squats. It's well thought out. Bar is loaded for Robert. One thing that the lifters have to pay absolute attention to, and we talked about it at the very beginning, is they need to make sure that they're paying attention to the commands. So whether that is the start command on squat, the rack command, if they don't follow any one of those, that is a reason for a red light. So they have to be incredibly cognizant of what's going on around them. All right, Robert gets that start command. Speedy out of the hole for Robert. The judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Teddy Rasmussen coming in with 157.5 kilos as an opener on his squat. One thing that all of these lifters have in common is they love what they do, whether they're competing in raw, meaning that they can only utilize knee sleeves and a belt, whether they're competing in classic raw, where they utilize knee wraps, or they're competing in ply, where they use support, even more supportive equipment. They love what they do, which is why they're here. All right, Ted gets a great brace. Hits a little bit of a sticking point out of the hole right there. Looks like his hip shot back just a little bit, so could be a technique issue. Um, going to be able to come back and go up on his second attempt because all of our lifters have 3 attempts to get squats. But that was 3 white lights. Good lift. Um, let's see how his next one goes. Jeff Phillips, 160 kilos, 352 pounds on the bar. Jeff Phillips approaching the bar, getting ready to do what needs to be done. Absolutely drops that squat into the hole and comes right back up. Super confident in that one. 3 white lights, lift is good. Bar is loaded for Ryan. Ryan taking a fairly wide stance on his pick right there. Nothing wrong with that. Just always interesting to see how different lifters set up to lift. Taking some really tiny walkout steps right there to get back to where he needs to go. Typically, that's why you won't see people take a wider stance. Just a few more steps. But squats comes right back up. Really consistent on that one. Looks really good. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights, lift is good. Clint Fleetwood going for a state record attempt at 418.88 pounds on the bar. Clint Fleetwood getting underneath the bar. Really quick pick and walk out. Good brace. Really patient waiting on that rack command. Judges say 3 white lights. That is a state record. All right, moving on to Brian on his second attempts on squats. So all of our lifters have 3 chances to get their squats in. This is second attempt, and you can move up and weight. Platform is ready for Brian at 82.5 kilos on the bar. One thing to really pay attention to is, again, as a raw competitor, you are allowed to use knee sleeves, a belt, and a wrist straps on your wrist. However, that does not mean that you have to use them. Brian here is an example of what we call an incredibly raw lifter. He's using a belt, no knee sleeves. Whew, nice squat right there. Ah, looks like that one might have been due to depth. That's one thing to really pay attention to on squats is making sure that your hip crease does dip below the knees. Again, as was talked about at the very beginning, bar is ready for Arthur. Arthur Mark Fowler, 90 kilos on the bar, 198.42 pounds. Again, no knee sleeves, just a belt. Ooh. Now, there could be an issue on that one. Looks like he came back up and dipped back down. That should be some red lights right there. And that one's pretty easy to, compensate for. He had the strength. It just looks like he went back down for some reason. Just come back, try to get on your third attempt. See you, Lynn. 135 kilos. Sayulin, 3 white lights, lift is good. Robert Granco coming in next, 319.67 pounds. Robert Granco, 145 kilos, is ready and waiting. All of our lifters have the ability to wait a little bit before they step up to the platform. You have 1 minute from the time that you're told the platform is ready until you get the start command on your squat. All right, Robert. Robert Granco. Judges say you had a great lift right there. 3 weight lights. Time to move up that weight just a little bit. Jeff Phillips, 162.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Again, you only need 2 judges to agree that your lift is good for your lift to be considered a good lift. So as long as you sell it and get 66%, you're going to have a great day. All right, Jeff on that walkout. He moved really quickly on that last one. Consistent speed on that squat. There didn't really seem to be a hiccup or a slowdown. 3 white lights for Jeff. Moving on to Ted Rasmussen, 167.5 kilos. Ted Rasmussen, platform is ready for you. Bar is ready for Teddy. Teddy Rasmussen, 167.5 kilos loaded onto the bar. I believe Teddy Rasmussen might be from New Jersey, if I heard tell correctly. Really controlled on the way down. Bites through that. Looks like there might have been a little bit of a dip on the bar right there. Let's see what the judges have to say. Not quite there. So that's exactly what we saw. There was a little bit of an up and down motion on that bar. He's going to be able to come back on this third attempt, try it again. Is why we give all of our lifters 3 attempts. You can fail number 1, you can fail number 2, or you can fail number 3, but you can't fail all 3. You only have to get 1 of each lift to count. Ryan, with his wide pick stance, getting a nice unrack right there. So he's taking a fairly wide stance with high bar. You don't typically see that a lot. One of the advantages is a little bit more upright. Typically, you'd see that in more of a ply lifter compared to a raw lifter. It's always, again, interesting to see how people's body mechanics are prepared. 3 white lights, good lift for Ryan. Clint Fleetwood coming in 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds on the bar. Clint Fleetwood getting underneath the bar with 435 pounds. Fighting for that one. Almost looked easier than his first attempt right there. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights, lift is good. Starting third attempts on this first platform with Brian. Bar is ready for Brian. When taking a look at these lifters squatting, pay attention to where the bar is placed on their back. They're either going to be going with a high bar squat, a mid bar squat, or a low bar squat. Now, mid bar isn't technically a real term, but it's somewhere between people's typical high bar and low bar, and that just changes how your body's positioned on the squat. Really controlled on the way down with Brian. One thing that you're hearing is his coach telling him down, 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 down. That's typically something that you would hear when it comes to a geared lifter. That way they know when they hit depth. See what the judges have to say about Brian's squat. 3 white lights. Lift is good. Arthur Mark Fowler coming in with his third attempt. 198.42 pounds. Arthur waiting for that squat command. All the way down with that one. Comes right back up with it. Judges say 2-1, not quite there. Seiyu Lin, 140 kilos on the bar, 308.65 pounds. Judges will actually hold lifters at the top of the position before they give them the start or the rack command sometimes, because there might be a little bit of instability. The lifters might not be fully ready to go, either down with the squat or back into the rack. And that's just to make sure that the lifter has full control of the squat that they are trying to perform. Seiyu Lin, nice, efficient pick right there. Quick walkout. Fights for that one. Love to see a little bit of it, but it moved pretty quickly right there. 3 white lights, lift is good. Robert, 157.5 to bookend your squats. Bar is ready for Robert Granco. Getting underneath the bar. Everything starts with a good, solid pick. A pick that you can repeat time and time again. Good walkout from Robert. Robert gets a start command. Down. Knees start to cave in a little bit, but your form can break down as long as your feet don't move. All right, Jeff Phillips, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Big squat for Jeff right here. 369.27 pounds. Jeff. Let's see what the judges have to say about that one. 2-1, good lift. Bar is being loaded for Ted Rasmussen, 167.5 kilos, 369.27 pounds. Now, I believe Ted did miss this on his second attempt. There was a little bit of up and down motion, and as a judge, he knows what to look for. He knows how to correct it. And that's one thing that masters lifters are great at, is correcting for the mistakes that they made in the past and getting even better. Good walkout right there from Ted. Good fight there from Ted. Let's see what the judges have to say about this third attempt, second try at this weight. 3 white lights, lift is good for Ted. Ryan, 172.5 kilos on the bar, 380 pounds. Whenever you hear me refer to the pounds here on any live stream to do with powerlifting, I never round up. It's either the exact weight or I round down, because we don't give ourselves extra weight in powerlifting. We make it as hard as we possibly can. All right, Ryan taking his small steps back. And pulls in air to really get a good brace. Drops really far down. Not quite there. Clint Fleetwood coming in next, 202.5 kilos, 446.44 pounds. Clint Fleetwood getting some hype, getting some fist bumps from the spotters. Love it when somebody brings the hype to the platform. Clint's ready and rocking. Ooh, that was a good grind from Clint. Judges say 2-1. Oh, I was excited for that one. Looks like he might have just cut depth a little bit. Again, that's something that as lifters get further and further into their attempts, they tend to cut weight a little bit. They tend to push a little bit faster on bench. And that's just, sometimes it's heavy. Sometimes they get in their own head. Nothing wrong with that. John McAfee opening up first attempt bench for this next round of squats. John, I believe, is, from what I heard, in his mid to late 70s. Hits the hole. Oh, fights for it. But steps there at the very top. Not quite there. He's got it on the next time. He's got to be patient. Got to have a little bit more control on that, especially if I believe he is a ply lifter, meaning that he is using a squat suit and he is using knee sleeves. Bob Simpkins, 57.5 kilos on the bar for Bob. Bob Simpkins, 57.5 kilos on the bar, 126.77 pounds. Ooh, super smooth. We haven't seen it too much yet today. 2 white lights lift is not good. We haven't seen it too much today, but sometimes we'll see the spotters and loaders move the arms of the squat rack in What that does is that allows lifters with poor shoulder mobility or lifters who are afraid of hitting the rack, it gives them just a little bit more flexibility on getting the bar out of the rack itself. Bar is loaded for Barry, 80 kilos on the bar. Barry, 80 kilos. Good walkout right there. Gonna fight for that one. Jeff Hughes, 147.5 kilos, 325.18 pounds. Again, I believe this is another ply lifter, meaning that he is using a supportive suit when it comes to his squat along with knee wraps. Geared lifting is not easy. It takes a lot of time and effort to perfect, and the smallest detail out of alignment, even being a little bit too heavy, could throw off your squat. All right, Jeff on his way back up, waits for the rack command. 2-to-1, good lift. Daniel Morgan, 162.5 kilos, being loaded onto the bar, 358.25 pounds. Daniel Morgan. Good up walkout right there for Brad Loomis. Pulling in air for his brace. And he is shooting the thrill on this one. Really consistent on that. Didn't look like too much of a struggle, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights. Bill Matthews up next. Bill, the bar is ready with 440 pounds. Michael Mitchell, 167.5 kilos, 369.27 pounds. Loaded onto the bar, ready and waiting for you. Michael drops it, comes right back up, super speedy. Peter Melendez, 182.5 kilos, 402.34 pounds, being loaded onto the bar. Peter taking a walkout, widening his stance. Peter Big breath brace. Bounces right out of the... Ron Garofalo, 212.5 kilos, 468 pounds. Ron Garofalo, multi-time world champion, going for 212.5 kilos on his opener. This is actually a world record attempt on an opener. Absolutely insane. Gym owner out of Colorado, longtime avid lifter, going for a world record here as a world champion. Really controlled and precise on the way down, waits for it. That's what experience gets you. It gets you patience. 2-1, good lift. John McAfee, 55 kilos being loaded on the bar for second attempts. I'm like 80% sure I could just walk underneath this bar and it would miss my head. This is a very tall guy. Very, very wide pick right here with a very narrow stance squat. Interesting. But very controlled. Ooh, good looking squat right there from Kenneth Wright. Carl Hutchinson, 150 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 330.69 pounds. Moving everything back to a regular starting position for Carl on this first attempt squat. All right, second attempt here for Bob. 57.5 kilos, 126.77 pounds for Bob Simpkins. Really patient on that squat right there. Looked like almost an opener instead of a second attempt. 3 white lights. Judges say it's good. Barry up next. Barry pauses at the bottom for dramatic effect. But that's because he doesn't have a belt. He doesn't need a belt. 2-1, good lift. Jeff Hughes coming up next. Bar is ready for Jeff Hughes. Jeff Hughes, making sure that he is well placed underneath this bar. Again, for those of you that have never competed either with knee wraps on or in single ply gear, it's a completely different animal. The amount of control that you absolutely have to have. Good job fighting through that one, Jeff. Good smile right there. Judges say 2-1, good lift. Daniel Morgan, 165 kilos for a second attempt. Daniel Morgan approaches the bar. Good brace from Daniel Morgan. Good squat on that one. Looked really solid. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Michael Mitchell, 175 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Ooh, super clean, Michael. Peter Melendez, 182.5 kilos, 402.34 pounds. Drops it down, comes right back up. That was speedy. Judges say waiting, loading, loading. Oh, not quite there. He did not wait for the rat command. So while the strength was there, he just wasn't patient enough on bringing everything back in. Ron coming in with another world record attempt on the second, 501.55 pounds. Good pick. Really good job on the way down. Waits for it to come back up. Judges say 2-1, good lift. Bob Simpkins, 60 kilos being loaded onto the bar for these third attempts. Bob taking his time to get out to the platform. It's all you have to do. Be patient with it. 132.28 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Bob Simpkins. 3 white lights, lift is good. Here comes Mr. John McAfee, 77 years old, going for 60 kilos. John with an absolutely killer looking squat right there. He's got his coach in the background, letting him know where depth is at. Very controlled, like we were saying. Ooh, almost looked faster than his second attempt. Oh, not quite there. Might have been a depth issue. Barry up next, 82.5 kilos. Barry, 82.5 kilos on his back. Good brace. Barry pauses at the bottom like he did last time. Gets a little bit of a hitch in his giddy up right there in the very middle, but let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, lift is good. Jeff Hughes coming in for an American record. One great thing about the Masters World Cup is we get to see records set. Not only are we seeing state records set, American records set, we're seeing Australian records. I believe we might even see people go for Netherlands records, world records, universal records. They don't exist yet, but someday they will. It's always awesome to see how everything kind of plays out, and it makes me excited to see meets at this level and lifters at this level perform to what they're capable of doing. Jeff getting underneath the bar for this American record attempt. Jeff Hughes, big old brace. Really wanting this third attempt in this American record. Let's see what the judges say. Not quite there on that one. Daniel Morgan, 170 kilos being loaded on the bar, 374.79 pounds. By the way, for those of you that don't know, we are having 2 live streams going on today, a Platform 1 and a Platform 2. We'll also be having a second session. I'm commentating on all 4 platforms, 2 at the same time. So if you ever hear me get slightly confused, I apologize in advance, doing my best to keep everything straight and making sure that all of our lifters are getting the recognition that they deserve and that they need to make sure that they have a phenomenal day and that you at home understand what's going on. Daniel Morgan with a good pick. Good control right there from Daniel. Looked pretty similar to his second attempt. 2-1, not quite there. Michael Mitchell, 182.5 kilos on the bar, 402.34 pounds. Michael getting ready to get underneath the bar and give it a run for its money. Great pick from Michael, 402.34 pounds on his back. Started to fall back in his hips just a little bit, lost it, wasn't able to recover. That's okay. That's why we have our spotters and loaders, and that's why we want to make sure that everyone stays safe. Peter Melendez, 402.34 pounds being loaded onto the bar for Mr. Melendez. Peter unracking 402.34 pounds on his third attempt. Good fight right there for Peter. Great fight for Peter. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. Ron going for the hat trick, a third world record attempt at 518 pounds. You'll notice that we actually have 4 spotters, 5 spotters actually, 2 on each sides and 1 in the back, to make sure that all of our lifters stay safe, because safety is a #1 priority when it comes to running these events. Safety, accuracy, and then making sure that all of our lifters enjoy the time that they're having. And we wouldn't be able to do this without our sponsors, A7 and Stellar Shots. Ron, solid pick. He's got a goal. He knows what he wants. Good brace to the top. Goes down. Fighting through this one. He's really going to have to push. Not quite there. He tells him to take it. That's a mature call. Didn't push himself to injury. Didn't push himself any further. Just let them take what they needed and make sure that everyone stayed safe. Harold, not quite there with that. He's going to come back and try it again. John Alderman, 95 kilos being loaded onto the bar. John Alderman, 95 kilos being loaded onto the bar for this Masters lifter. Again, another man with no knee sleeves on. My knees could never. They would explode. Pauses at the bottom to show dominance to the bar. Walks it back in. Judges say 2-1, good lift. Robert Harper, 132.5 kilos, is being loaded for your opening attempt. Robert Harper, 132.5 kilos, being loaded onto the bar, 292.11 pounds. Three white lights, lift is good. Ernest Draper, 185, 407 pounds. Setting himself up for success. Ernest, straight up out of the hole. Wow. Again, these masters are putting on some masterclass lifting. Three white lights lift is good. Monty Murphy, 190 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Monty Murphy waits for that rack to come back in. Three white lights lift is good. Brian with 195 kilos on a first attempt. 429.90 pounds. Brian with a good walkout and his SBD drip. What you call it? SB drip. Because SBD does a pretty good job of creating some very nice looking equipment. Three white lights for Brian lift is good. Jamie Ness, 205 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Jamie Ness opening up at 205 kilos. I kind of like that singlet a lot. It looks pretty neat. Good looking squat right there. 451 pounds. Judges say 2-1. Good lift. Mark Daniel, 212.5 kilos on the bar. Platform is ready for Mark Daniel at 212.5 kilos. I really like Kenneth's setup. He just seems... I like him. He might be my favorite squatter so far of the day. Just setup, the way that he approaches it, everything. Great job, Kenneth. Great job walking out, Kenneth. Big brace right here. Good grind on the way back up. 3 white lights. Great lift right there. Amaya, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Doing my best right now. 363.76 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Christopher Hunt up next. 257.5 kilos. 567.69 pounds on the bar. One thing to note when it comes to powerlifting is you need to strategize if you're going to win, especially if you're in a hyper competitive meet like the Masters World Cup, where they are competing for pro cards. Christopher Hunt, good job on the walkout. Christopher Hunt drops it down. Ooh, that was a speedy squat right there. 3 white lights, incredible. So what I mean when lifters need to strategize in hyper-competitive meets, they need to plan out their first, second, and third attempts, keeping their weight in mind and keeping their competitors in mind as well. Because if you are competing for points, then at the very, very end of it, you need to make sure that your points are the best. And what that means is um, you need to make sure that your strength-weight ratio is just right. So if you're building on a day, you need to pay attention to what your competitors are doing. You need to be willing and able to change your attempt calls from what you normally would if you are trying to be hyper competitive. There's a lot of strategy to powerlifting. It's not just straight up throw weight on the bar, see what you can do. There's a little bit of chess behind it. There's picking the right openers. There's picking the right thirds. There's playing a little bit of a mind game with your, you know, competitors. There's also making calls that normally you wouldn't be comfortable doing. And some of those would be scratching third attempts. If you feel like your second was a little bit too hard, don't risk your third attempt and risk losing something else out on like a uh, bench or a deadlift because you wasted energy and missed a lift. Robert Harper, 142.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 314.16 pounds. Loaded, rocking, and ready. Robert Harper, 142.5 kilos being loaded on for his second attempt. Hits the rack on his walkout. Could create a little bit of unsteadiness right there in the squat, so you got to resettle and get ready. Great fight there for Robert at 142.5 kilos on the second attempt. Ah, 2-1, not quite there on depth. So if you see two side judges agreeing that you're getting a red light, odds are your depth wasn't quite there, so you might want to examine why that might have been. And, if it's really hard for you to hit it on the day, examine your training, examine your squat form in training after the meet, and start making adjustments from there. Sometimes you can make some adjustments on the fly. I've known a few people who had issues on bench with their butt coming up. So they basically just removed leg drive, made the bench a little bit harder, but they ensured that their rear end did not come off the bench, which would disqualify that lift. Ernest Draper, 195 kilos on the bar, 429 pounds on the second attempt. Ernest taking his time to make sure that he is ready for this. Slams into the hole, comes right back out. Almost looked just as easy as his first attempt. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Monty Murphy up next. Monty Murphy, 202.5 kilos, 446.44 pounds, getting underneath the bar with some precision. One thing that I haven't talked about at all on squats today, or really this weekend, is you're going to see our lifters wearing different kind of gear. So you either have flat shoes, meaning that they're trying to, flat shoes basically don't always mean this, but you have pretty high ankle mobility because you're able to hit depth pretty easily. Heeled shoes actually increase your ankle mobility just a little bit. They compensate for that weakness in you, and they make hitting depth just a little bit easier for some people. Brian up next, 205 kilos being loaded onto the bar for the second attempt. For example, a lifter who has really, really good mobility might use flats to try to make it so that their depth isn't quite as far, whereas somebody whose hips and ankles are a little bit more beatered, battened, and bruised might use heels to give them that extra, quarter inch to make sure that their hip crease does go below their knees. Brian coming in with 205 kilos on the bar, really controlled on that one. Judges say 2-1, good lift. Jamie Ness, 212.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Three white lights lift is good. When it comes to setting records, those are the only times that you can move by anything that's not a 2.5 kilo jump on the bar, which is why you're able to see Mark go for 221 kilos instead of either 220 or 222.5. That's really the only time that you're allowed to see something like that. Bar is ready for Mark Daniel at 479.50 pounds. Mark Daniel squatting in his Titan suit. Judges say 2-1, not quite there. David Mealer, 235 kilos, 518.09 pounds. David's going to take his time, get ready for the squat. Big breath in. Ooh, easy money on that one right there. Beautiful looking squat. 3 white lights lift is good. Christopher Hunt, 272.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Dropping everything all the way back down for Harold on 20 kilos. Things are going to be moving quick, real quick. When we are done with squats, there will be a 10-minute intermission on each platform while we get everything ready for bench. So I would stretch my legs, get some food in my system, and then come back to watch these gentlemen put it all on the line with a bench press. All right. So what we're seeing right now are the two athletes that we had here at the very beginning of the flight. Scratched their third attempts, and we're just letting the time kind of run down on them, giving all of our other athletes just a little bit more of a break. Nothing wrong with that. Bar is ready for John at 242 pounds. Not quite there. Robert Harper, 142.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Ernest Draper, 200 kilograms, 440.92 pounds loaded onto the bar. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. All right, Monty Murphy, 3 white lights, lift is good. Brian, 210 kilos being loaded for this gentleman. All right. Brian wasn't quite able to get that squat. Again, thank you to our spotters and loaders for making sure that everyone stays safe. Today, there will be 3 flights on Platform 1, Session 1, while there will be 2 on Platform 2, Session 1. Mark Daniel coming up next, 217.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 479.50 pounds. All right, Mark prepping. Wow. Super speedy on that one from Mark. I have to say, 2-1, good lift. Jamie Ness up next. I have competed classic raw, meaning that I've competed in knee sleeves. I have not ever competed in a squat suit. However, I know from experience that knee sleeves are incredibly uncomfortable, and a squat suit is like a knee sleeve for your whole body, or knee wrap for your whole body. It is not something that I would like to experience. Those ladies and gentlemen who compete in gear are tough as nails. Great fight on that one from David, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights. Lift is good. Christopher Hunt coming in with a heavy 629 world record attempt. All right, so one thing that our head judge is doing is making sure that all the plates on there are exactly what has been requested, so the attempt is completely valid. So 285.5 kilos, 629 pounds. I do really enjoy his bright orange shoes. You can see him from a mile away. All right, good brace. Making sure that everything's tucked in. Fighting foot. Not quite there on that attempt. That's okay. You don't get to see a 629-pound world record attempt every day. You know what? That's a lot more than I've ever had on my back. All right, we'll be taking a 10-minute intermission on this live stream while we get everything ready for bench. So please join us in 10 minutes when the bench is ready and waiting to go.
Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to approach the bench, set up, unrack the bar, and wait for the start command. They can take a lift off in the spotting crew, or not, and they can also use bench blocks at various heights that raise their feet if their feet can't touch the ground. Each of 3 referees can give a white or a red light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. Lifters have to keep their shoulders and butt in continuous contact with the bench pad, and their feet need to be flat on the floor. Once they unrack the bar and are motionless with locked elbows, they'll receive the start command to begin the bench press. They'll lower the bar down to their chest. As soon as the bar is motionless on their chest, they'll receive a press command, so they can fire the bar back up toward lockout. Once their elbows are locked and they're demonstrating control of the bar, they get one last command, a rack command, and the lift is done. The bench press is highly technical, and there are more reasons for a missed lift. A red card is given if the athlete never gets the bar down to their chest. Blue card is given if there is downward movement in the hole of the bar while they're trying to press the bar, or if they have bent elbows at the start or finish of the lift. The yellow card is given for heaving or sinking the bar after the press command, accidentally starting before the start command, pressing before the press command, or racking before the rack command. Yellow cards are also given if the butt comes off the bench, your feet come off the floor, or if you use your feet to anchor against the bench or bench supports. These are the rules of the bench press.
All right. 2-1 good lift for Brian. Ted Rasmussen opening up with 152.32 pounds on the bar. Ted's opening attempt here at 70 kilos. Getting ready underneath. All right, self handoff there from Teddy Rasmussen. Super quick and efficient on that bench press right there. Speedy all the way through. Arthur Mark Fowler, 82.5 kilos, being loaded onto the bar. 181.88 pounds. Arthur Mark Fowler getting a handoff, communicating with his the member of staff on platform to make sure that he gets exactly what he's looking for when it comes to a handoff attempt. A little bit of a struggle on that left arm right there. See what the judges have to say on that one. 2-1, not quite there. Looks like there might have been a little bit of either downward motion, feet came up, or there might have been a small rear end foul. Sayulin, 97.5 kilos on the bar, 214.95 pounds on this opening attempt. Already ready and rocking to go. So as a lifter, you are not allowed to have your fingers outside of the ring on the rack. But you can have them pretty darn close. So we'll see a variety of grip widths today on bench press, ranging from a little bit more narrow grip, which takes a little bit more tricep, to wider grip, which takes a little bit more chest work, typically. 3 white lights, lift is good. Jeff Phillips, 97.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. This is 214 pounds. Another thing that we might see today throughout the bench press competition is people who were going for state, national, or American record or world records will be doing their best to solidify a bench press attempt, meaning that they might take something much lighter than what they normally would, so they can keep that record. Because if you don't total for the day, you don't get the total, you don't get the record, you get nothing. So you got to make sure that you play it smart. Again, powerlifting is sometimes pretty planned out, pretty well thought out to get to where you need to go. All right, one thing that was happening here on platform one is that they were waiting for the foot pads that are moving around. These allow lifters to get their feet closer to the ground, meaning that they are able to um, basically get a little bit closer, hit standard, and it's something completely allowed in competition, and they'll actually practice too. Again, for shorter lifters, it's a godsend to make sure that your legs don't have to go all the way to very barely tippy touching the ground. Huge win. 3 white lights. Lift is good for Jeff. Ryan, 107.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Ryan, 107.5 kilos on the bar, 237 pounds. Three white lights. Lift is good. Bar is loaded for Robert Granco. Clint Fleetwood up next, 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 264.55 pounds. So actually, powerlifting didn't always used to follow flight records like this. Lifters actually used to just have ascending weight, much like they do in Olympic weightlifting, meaning that it was 50 kilos on the bar, then 52, then 55, then 60, and upwards from there. And sometimes much stronger lifters had to follow themselves later on the flight, and it was incredibly difficult and heavy and hard. So they switched to a flight standard where you'd start again at the very beginning and reload the weight. 3 white lights. Lift is good for Clint. Brian up next. When they would do that, one thing that was really incredible was you'd have people who would also warm up on the competition platform, and then they'd follow themselves on the platform as well. Always incredible to see how the sport has changed, not just in the last, 50, 60 years, but also in the last 10. The advent of social media has made powerlifting explode, has helped the USAPL grow and become the powerhouse that it is today, influential as the only true drug-free powerlifting competition out there. Brian, 70 kilos, 2-1, good lift on this second attempt. Ted Rasmussen up next, 75 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Ted Rasmussen, 75 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Explodes right back up. Solid looking bench press. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Arthur Mark Fowler, 181.88 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Arthur Mark Fowler, not quite there. Going to come back and try it again on his third. Jeff Phillips coming up, 100 kilos being loaded onto the bar for his second attempt. A little bit of a grind right there for Jeff. Oh. Did not wait for the rat command on that one. Platform is ready for Lynn. 231.49 pounds loaded and ready to go. Lynn fighting for this one. Great grind. On bench press, not quite there. On bench press, there are people who can really grind through a bench, and there are some people who just hit a wall and there's nothing. It's literally all or nothing. It moves or it doesn't. I'm one of those all or nothing lifters. I'm not very good at grinding through. My wife, on the other hand, incredible bench grinder. It takes a very special kind of person to do that, and it's always awesome to see when somebody's able to kind of push through a bench and get something that you weren't 100% confident if you could. Ryan gets the start command. Presses up, got to extend through them triceps, really fight for this one. All right, gets the rack command. Judges say 2-1, lift is good. Didn't really look like you might be able to add more than, 2.5 kilos on that. Could try for a third attempt, or you could scratch that, not waste the energy. Really up to the lifter and how they perform on meet day. I know that if my second attempt was grindy like that, I'm not 100% sure if I'd try to go up unless I was really, really, really needing either a record or I was really trying to build a total and depended on that third bench press. Robert Granko up next, 117.5 kilos on the bar. When it comes to training for the bench press, especially the bench press, it's important to practice it a little bit harder than what you might actually come up against on meet day. And the reason for that is not everything is always perfect on meet day. The judge might take a little bit longer to give you the press command or the start command. So if you practice holding a little bit longer at the top, pausing a little bit longer at the bottom, and then making sure that you don't rack until somebody else legitimately tells you, oh, hey, you're good, that's going to go a long way in making sure that you are prepared for meet day. Clint Fleetwood, 125 kilos on the bar, 275.58 pounds. Holding him a little bit longer there at the top, waiting for him to be fully in control of the bar. Three white lights, lift is good. Brian, 72.5 kilos on this third attempt. Brian gets the press command. Not quite there for Brian. Calls it, lets him take it. And we're moving on to Ted Rasmussen, 80 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Ted Rasmussen, 176.37 pounds, loaded onto the bar for Ted. Really pushing through that one. Not quite there for Ted. Arthur Mark Fowler up next. Arthur Mark Fowler, the platform is ready and waiting for you at 181 pounds. This third attempt is going to be awesome to see. Mark's just having a little bit of problem on that left arm extension. Let's see what the judges have to say on this one. Three white lights, lift is good for Arthur. Jet Phillips up next. Jeff Phillips, 220.46 pounds on the bar. Chad giving really Jeff, 100 kilos. Got to be patient on this third attempt. Judges say 2-1, good lift. Lynn up next, 105 kilos, 231.49 pounds. Lynn getting underneath the bar. Now, this second attempt was a pretty solid grinder. I wasn't able to quite tell what happened, so hopefully he's able to get it on this time around. Oh, Lynn is just able to push through those triceps like it's his day job. 3 white lights lift is good. Ryan, 115 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Ryan getting underneath the bar. 115 kilos, 253.53 pounds. No lift. Robert Granco, 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Robert Granco, 120 kilos, 264.55. Gonna really push through this. Looks like his elbows flared out a little bit right there as well, making it a little bit harder to push through. While you don't necessarily want super tucked elbows, if they flare out too hard, the bar tends to come closer towards your face, making it much, much, much harder for you to extend and get the actual bench press to count. Clint Fleetwood, 132.5. A little bit of a longer pause there at the very bottom. Not quite there. And the reason for that looks like he just didn't have full control. He just almost dropped it to his chest. And it looks like it was wavering there a second before he got the press command. Bob Simpkins, 55 kilos loaded onto the bar, 121.25 pounds. Bob Simpkins, first attempt bench over here. If you pay attention when the spotters and loaders are actually adding weight onto the bar and adjusting the rack height, they might also be adjusting the face saver height. The reason for that is to keep our athletes as safe as humanly possible. Face savers are there on combo racks to make sure that your neck and face are actually saved. So it's very important for powerlifting meets to make sure that those are arranged and adjusted properly. We want to make sure that all of our athletes have a safe and healthy day. Barry Hunlick, 65 kilos, 143.30 pounds. Loaded onto the bar for Barry. John McAfee, 65 kilos, 143.30 pounds. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Daniel Morgan coming up next, 102.5 kilos, 225.97 pounds being loaded for Daniel Morgan. Two to one good lift for Jeff Hughes, 105 kilos on the bar, 231.49 pounds. Jeff Hughes waiting for that start command. Not there, lost it forward. Great job on our spotters and loaders, making sure that our athletes stayed safe and healthy. One thing to pay attention to is with bench shirts, if you flare too hard, the bar will absolutely kick back towards your face, which again is why being in complete control of the suit, having precision, having the strength is so incredibly important. And making sure that our spotters and loaders are well trained is also important, because things can go wrong on meet day no matter how much you practice and train. Accidents happen. Michael Mitchell, 110 kilos on the bar, 242.51 pounds being loaded up. Michael Mitchell, 110 kilos on the bar, 242.51 pounds. Ron, 130 kilos for an opener, 286.60. Peter Melendez up next, opening with 157.5 kilos or 347 pounds. Bar is loaded and ready for Peter Melendez. Drops it to his chest. A little bit of a double bounce right there. While there was some control, looks like it was a lot faster than I normally see on a descent like that. 2-1, good lift. Bob Simpkins up next, 60 kilos on the second attempt. Bob Simpkins, 132 on his second attempt. Good control on the way down for Bob. Driving through. Judges say 2-1, good lift. John, 67.5. Good control on the way down. Got to stay with it in this shirt, John. Not quite there. All right. Barry getting ready for 70 kilos. Another thing of note when it comes to benching in a suit is the fact that you need to really press through your triceps. The suit helps you a little bit out of the hole, but then it becomes so much arm and tricep that you have to be really, really strong all the way through. Again, underrated equipment is usually called out by people who've never used it before. Usually. 2-1, good lift. Jeff Hughes up next, 105 kilos on the bar. Jeff Hughes, again, lost this, I believe, on his first attempt. Came back towards his face. Again, just needs to have fine-tuned control on this one. Jeff gets it down to his chest. Super clean. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. Daniel Morgan, 107.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 237 exactly, unless you count some chalk dust. Daniel Morgan, the platform is ready and waiting for you. All right, struggling a little bit off the chest right there. Stalls out, not quite there. Head judge tells him to take it. Now, that is something that is well within the rights of the head judge to do. Make sure that our lifters, aren't struggling for too long. If you hear a take it, you know that you are golden. You are fine and ready to go because the judge, again, is there to keep our lifters safe, but also to hold them accountable. Michael Mitchell. 115 kilos for Michael Mitchell. Three white lights lift is good. Ron going for 135 on his second. Stalls right there in the very middle, right where it starts to transition to more triceps. He's going to be able to come back and try that again on his third, or he can scratch it and not really waste the energy. I think that one's close enough that if he were to just get an inch past that point, he'd be able to get it. So we'll see what he ends up doing. Peter Melendez is up next, 162.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Peter Melendez approaches the bar for his second attempt at 358.25 pounds. Peter. Start command. A little bit of a grind. Let's see what the judges have to say on that one. Looks like there might have been a little bit of an issue with his right arm, but judges say it is a good lift. Not right, I meant his left. It looks like his elbows weren't fully locked out, but again, it's incredibly difficult to see from, a computer screen where everything's going. These judges have been making the right calls all weekend. Bob Simpkins, 62.5 kilos on the bar, 137.79 pounds. Bob gets the start command. Gets the press command. Oh, starts to go back towards his head a little bit on that third one, but he's able to control it. Really good job right there. Fine-tuned control. 2-1, not quite there. John McAfee, 67.5 kilos. I believe that was a foot foul, from what I'm hearing, meaning that his feet came off the floor. You are not allowed to have your feet come off the floor if you are a bench press person. Your rear end is not allowed to come off the bench. Basically, you have to stay completely glued to your equipment and the floor. John McAfee, 67.5 kilos on the bar, gets a handoff. Pushes through. Isn't able to quite make the transition. This is going to be a state record attempt for Barry Hunlock. Barry getting underneath the bar for this third attempt. Barry gets the start command. Again, that transition point's been a killer for everybody. Daniel Morgan, 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds. All right, Daniel getting underneath the bar. All right, Daniel being patient for that start command. Good quick press. Not quite there today. That's okay. Jeff Hughes up next. Jeff going for 112.5 kilos to bench. Bar is loaded for Jeff Hughes. Jeff Hughes gets the start command. Wow. Great looking bench, Jeff. 3 white lights lift is good. Michael Mitchell, 117.5 kilos, 259.04 pounds. Michael Mitchell, 117.5 kilos on the bar. Stalled out there right in the middle. Not quite there. Ron up next, 135 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, Ron getting that bar ready for his third attempt. Oh, not quite there for Ron. Comes right back down on that one. Uh, just hit a wall. Wasn't able to quite fully recover. Peter Melendez going for a state record attempt at 369.27 pounds. Wow. Great grind there from Peter. 2-1, not quite there. All right, moving on to third flight, first attempts. Really smooth looking opener right there. Three white lights, lift is good. John up next, 95 kilos is an opening attempt. Bringing in the foot blocks for our lifters today. Long pause command on that one, but John just asserts dominant over that bench press. Three white lights, lift is good. Harold, 125 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 275.58 pounds is always awesome to see on a bench press. Bar is loaded for Harold. Good start, incredibly fast off the chest for Harold. Great control on that 125 kilos. Three white lights, Jamie Ness up next, 135 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Jamie Ness, 135 kilos. Good handoff for Jamie. Very patient with it. Judges say 3 reds, not quite there. There was some dippiness on that bench, which is part of the reason why it wouldn't have counted, at least from what I was seeing. David Mueller, 137.5 kilos. 303 pounds on the bar, ready to be benched. Gets start command. Ooh, quick press. Great looking bench on that one. All right, Brian getting underneath the bar with 140 kilos. Ryan just making quick work of that, and the judges say 3 white lights. He needs to go up. Christopher Hunt, 142.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 314.16 pounds. All right, Christopher Hunt being specific about what he's looking for on this bench press. Start command, press, and a good opener for Christopher Hunt. 3 white lights. Ernest, 145 kilos on the bar. 319 pounds. All right, gets the start command. Good press command, great control on the way down. 3 white lights, great looking job. Mark Daniel coming in with 152.5 kilos. All right, really control on the way down, using that shirt to the best of his advantage. Again, control is of utmost importance when you're using a bench shirt. 3 white lights. Monty Murphy up next, 155 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Monty Murphy, 155 kilos being loaded onto the bar. £342 opener for Monty Murphy. All right, a little bit long on the pause right there, but nothing wrong with that. 3 white lights, lift is good. Robert Harper. So, again, the more controlled you are on the bench, the faster you're going to be getting your commands because it shows that you are in control of what's going on. Good press command on that one for Steve. There, 3 white lights. Moving on to Amaya. 110 kilos being loaded onto the bar. John Alderman, 105 kilos. John Alderman, 105 kilos on the bar. Man, John pushing through, making it look easy. Two to one, not quite there on a second attempt. Jamie Ness, 135 kilos, 297.62 pounds being loaded onto the bar. He did not wait for the start command, which is a reason to not get a lift. Again, you've got to be patient for it. All right, and the judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Harold coming in with 135 kilos on the bar. All right, Harold, be patient. Gets a start command. Good control all the way through for Harold, and the judges say 3 white lights lift is good. David, 145 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Platform is ready for David. David gets the start command. Gets the rack command. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Brian up next with 147.5 kilos on the bar. Brian Drzezinski, 147.5 kilos on the bar. Grinding through on that second one, Brian. Judges say 2-1, not quite there. Christopher Hunt, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Christopher Hunt in his shoes that you can see from a mile away. Those are actually some really bright, shiny shoes, and I really enjoy those. All right, good handoff. Gets his rear and his heels on the ground. Super quick to the chest. Great job on the extension. Textbook second attempt. Ernest Draper, 155 kilos, 341.73 pounds. Ernest. Ooh, so smooth. Great second looking attempt. Mark going for 160, 352.4 pounds. Our 3 white lights. Monty Murphy up next, 162.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Monty Murphy getting ready for a second attempt. Not quite there for Monty. Robert Harper, 85 kilos for a third attempt, 187.39 pounds. Good control for Robert. Ooh. Pulls it back from his face. Oh. It shot back into the rack. Doesn't get the rack command. Not quite there. John Alderman, 105 kilos being loaded onto the bar. John Alderman, 105 kilos. Good press command. Waits for the rack command. 3 white lights, lift is good. Jamie Ness going for 140 kilos, 308.65 pounds. Really patient on that one, Jamie. Really patient. 3 white lights, lift is good. There's another world record attempt. 140 kilos. Awesome. £308. World record attempt for Harold. Three white lights. That's a world record. Great job. Brian Juzinski, 147.5 kilos, 325.18 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Come on, fight. Not quite there for the triceps. That's okay. Third attempt bench presses aren't meant to be easy. They're meant to be challenging. Third attempts aren't meant to be easy. They're meant to be challenging. David Mueller, 150 kilos, 330.69 pounds being loaded onto the bar. All right, good control on the way down. Ooh, fighting for this third attempt, David. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Christopher Hunt, 347.23 pounds, about to be loaded onto this bar. All right, Christopher getting ready, locked and loaded. Ernest getting 160 kilos in his hand, 352.74 pounds. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Monty Murphy, probably my favorite name alliteration of the day, 358.25 pounds. Between Monty Murphy and Michael Mitchell for the best name alliteration of the day. All right, Monty gets the start command. Oh, looks like his hips might have shot up just a little bit on that one. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, lift is good. So it looks like the hips shoot up from the angle that we're at. It could just be his belly moving a little bit. The judges are keeping a really close eye on both the feet and the rear to make sure that everything stays in contact with what it's supposed to do. Mark Daniel, 167.5 kilos, 369.27 pounds. All right, Mark Daniel, 167.5 pounds. Oh, drops back down. Not quite there for him on that one. You know, sometimes the shirt just doesn't get what you need it to do. But we will be back in 10 minutes for deadlifts, so stay tuned when we open up with Brian at 105 kilos.
The deadlift is a simple and pure feat of strength. Once the bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to begin the lift. There are no start commands, and you can begin whenever you like. The lifter has to stand up with the bar with their knees locked, hips at full extension, and their shoulders back. Once they do, they'll get a down command and can guide the bar back down to the floor. Easy peasy. There are two deadlift styles. In a conventional deadlift, lifters grip the bar outside of their legs, or they grip the bar in between their legs with a wider stance called a sumo deadlift. Each of 3 referees can give a red or a white light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. There's a few reasons for a missed lift. It's a red card if they didn't stand all the way up with their shoulders back, or if they didn't lock their knees at the finish of the lift. It's a blue card if there is downward movement in the whole bar on their way up, or if they support the bar on their thighs to lever the bar up to lockout, sometimes called hitching or ramping. And it's a yellow card if they lower the bar before receiving a down command, or if they release or slam the bar to the floor, or if they lose balance and take a step by accident. Those are the rules of the deadlift.
All right, Brian opening up with 105 kilos on the bar. All right, Brian approaches the bar. All right, Brian taking a pretty narrow sumo stance, actually, but looks good doing it. Arthur Mark Fowler, 132.5 kilos on the bar. Arthur Mark Fowler, 132.5, 292.11 pounds. 3 white lights, lift is good. Lynn, 165 kilos. Prepping, getting his hips ready to go. 165 kilos, moved like air for Lynn. 2-1, good lift. Clint Fleetwood, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Clint getting in here and getting ready. Clint, judges say that your lift is good. So one thing that we might be seeing some red lights for today might be soft hips, soft knees. You can't really see it as the head judge, but as a side judge, you're a little easy. It's a little easier to see whether or not somebody's knees are fully locked, hips are fully pushed through, shoulders are rocked back. So if we see 2-1 lights, that could be one thing. Could also be foot movement, maybe a little bit of downward movement. We'll keep an eye out and try to call it as we see it. Ryan getting set up and ready with 170 kilos. Woo, that was smooth as butter for an opening attempt. Ted Rasmus, 182.5 kilos on the bar, 402 pounds. All right, Ted getting set in with the 182.5 kilos. Ted breaking the floor, coming up to the very top. Good lockout. So one of the big differences between conventional and sumo is how the bar breaks the floor. Sometimes with sumo, it's a little bit harder to break the floor than it is with conventional, but once it gets flying, it really, really, really flies. So sumo is a lot more about patience. Conventional can be a little bit more grip and rip, but they both take an absolute massive amount of strength. Robert up next, 190 kilos on the bar. All right, Robert getting settled into the bar. Chest up, smooth. That was textbook sumo pull right there. Jeff Phillips up next. 210 kilos on the bar. 462.97 pounds. Bar is basically loaded and ready to be ripped from the ground. Jeff Phillips approaching like he knows this is his. Love the attitude. Love the singlet as well. Jeff Phillips is good with that lift. Brian moving on to second attempts, 115 kilos being put onto the bar. Bar is ready for Brian. Lift is good for Brian. Arthur Mark Fowler up next. 314 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Putting that fight in for the deadlift. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Lynn going for 175 kilos on the bar. Lynn standing up at the very top. Good looking deadlift right there. 3 white lights lift is good. Ryan going with 180 kilos. Not quite able to break the ground for Ryan. Clint Fleetwood up next, 182.5. Ooh, Clint, that looked pretty solid. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights lift is good. Teddy Rasmussen, 190 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 418.88 pounds. Not quite there. Robert Granko up next, 200 kilos on the bar. Robert being patient on his setup. Dang, that's such a beautiful sumo, Robert. I think we need to actually put some weight on this bar for him. Jeff Phillips going for 217.5 kilos. Jeff Phillips just pulling that thing from the ground. Like he's trying to start a lawnmower with how fast he's yanking that. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Brian moving on to third attempts, 120 kilos being put onto the bar. Arthur Mark Fowler coming up next, 147.5 kilos on the bar for this third attempt. Come on, Arthur. Not quite there. All right, Lynn going for a state record attempt, 396.83 pounds. Sayu, come on, Mr. Lin. Come on. Oh. I think that we need to put some weight on that bar. 3 white lights lift is good. Ted Rasmussen, 190 kilos on the bar. Come on, fight for this one, Teddy. Not quite there. Clint getting to this 429. Great job fighting for that one, Clint. Holding on to that one. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. Robert Grango, 212.5 kilos. Robert Granko. Man keeps warming up on the platform. Seems odd to me, but it got him 3 white lights. Jeff Phillips up next. 496.04 pounds being loaded onto the bar for Jeff. Lock it out. Come on, Jeff. 3 white lights lift is good. John McAfee opening up with 72.5 kilos. Come on, John. Come on, Bob Simpkins. 87.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Good job, Bob. Way to pull through that one. 87.5 kilos. 3 white lights lift is good. Barry, 112.5 kilos has been locked and loaded for you. Barry, 112.5 kilos, moving delicately. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Daniel Morgan, 180 kilos on the bar, 396.83 pounds. Daniel Morgan getting ready to pull 180 kilos. Oh, smooth, Daniel, smooth. Lift is good. Jeff Hughes, 429 pounds being loaded onto the bar. All right, bar is ready for Jeff. Okay, I lied. This might be the most ripped out outfit I've seen all day. Loving the red and black. It's just such a striking combo, honestly. Shoes, socks, deadlift suit, t-shirt, face on the deadlift, all of it. Putting that effort in. 3 white lights. Great job. Michael Mitchell, one of my other favorite alliteration names of the day. 435.41 pounds on the bar. Michael Mitchell setting his feet, being pretty meticulous with this. So smooth, Michael. Peter Melendez opening with 485 pounds. Peter Melendez looking great in his blacked out gear, going for 220 kilos on this opening deadlift. Easy looking deadlift for Peter. Ron opening with 240 kilos. All right, got to be patient with this one. Got to make sure it's off the ground the right way. Looks good. John McAfee, 159-pound opener. Good looking deadlift there, John. Let's see what the judges say. Bob Simpkins coming in with 92.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Bob Simpkins locking his thumbs in with hook grip. Oh, gets caught a little bit in the middle, steps forward. Lost his balance. That's okay. He can come back and try it again. Strength was there. Barry going for 120 kilos, 264.55 pounds on the bar. All right, Barry getting locked in. All right, Barry, judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Daniel Morgan coming in with 424.39 pounds. 192.5 kilos. Going to be a fun looking opener right there. Daniel Morgan's 424 second attempt. Consistently sped. 3 white lights, lift is good. Michael Mitchell's second attempt. Michael Mitchell, 205. 451.95 pounds on the bar. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Jeff Hughes coming up for 207.5 kilos on the bar. Jeff getting locked in. Got to push through those heels. Oh, not quite there. Jeff can come back. Not upset with that one. Not upset. He can come back and try that one again if he wants to, but doesn't have to. Peter Melendez, 245 kilos on the bar. $540 for a second attempt. This is going to be a huge day. Peter Melendez getting locked and loaded with 245 kilos. Through white lights, lift is good. Ron going for a world record attempt at 578 pounds. And they say that this is 3 white lights. Great job. John McAfee coming up next on third attempt, 75 kilos. John McAfee, 75 kilos, 165.35 pounds. John gets 2-1, no lift. Bob Simpkins coming up next. 92.5 kilos on the bar. Bob Simpkins, 203.93 pounds on the bar, lost balance on his second attempt. Much better looking job, Bob. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Barry going for a state record attempt. Let's go, Barry. Get locked in. Let's go, Barry. Fight for it. Fight for it, Barry. Fight for it. Come on. Let's see what the judges have to say about that. 3 white lights lift is good. Daniel Morgan, 197.5 kilos, 435.41 pounds. Daniel Morgan going for 197.5 kilos on this opener. Third. Not quite there for Morgan. Jeff Hughes coming in with 207.5 kilos on the bar, 457.48 pounds. All right, Jeff Hughes, you're up next. Let's get to rocking, buddy. Not quite there. Jeff thanking everybody. Love to see it. That's some great sportsmanship right there for Jeff. Michael Mitchell up next, 212.5 kilos. £468.48. Let's go, Michael. Three white lights lift is good. Peter Melendez going for 255 kilos, 562 pounds. Peter Melendez, 255 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Looks like there was a little bit of a misload right there for Peter. Ron going for 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. Another world record attempt. So this is not just a world record deadlift. This is for the whole beans, the whole bag. World record deadlift, world record total. Let's get it, Ron. Be patient with it. Not quite there. All right, so they're actually giving Peter a 3-minute rundown since there was a misload on his last attempt, going for 562.18 pounds. Oh, he's ready to rock and roll right now. He's not taking any chances with this one. Peter Melendez. Oh, fighting for this one. Nah, not quite there. That's okay. Almost makes it to his knees. We're going to be opening up with Harold. 44 kilos will be what the bar weight is. Lift is good for Harold. John Alderman, 115 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Robert Harper going for 197.5 as an opening attempt. Robert Harper locking in on this deadlift right now. Solid looking attempt right there. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Mark Daniel up next with 207.5 kilos. Mark Daniel, 207.5 kilos on the bar, making it look smooth right there. Going to call that the butter deadlift. Monty Murphy, 222.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, platform is ready for Monty Murphy. All right, Monty locking in. Ooh, speed on that one. Brian going for 225 kilos on his opening attempt. Judges say that Brian got 3 white lights. David Mueller, 235 kilos on the bar. Lift is good. Jamie Ness coming with 242.5 kilos on the bar. Jamie Ness, 242.5 kilos. Lift is good. Really clean looking deadlift right there. Ernest Draper coming up next, 250 kilos on the bar. Woo! Ooh, speedy, speedy, speedy. 3 white lights lift is good. Christopher Hunt, 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. Christopher Hunt, 277.5, ready and waiting for you, Christopher. All right, the judges say 3 white lights lift is good. John Alderman up next with 125 kilos on the bar for the second attempt. Platform is ready for John Alderman. All right. John running out his time on this second attempt. Robert Harper up next, 205 kilos being loaded onto the bar for Robert Harper. All right, Monty Murphy getting his second attempt deadlift, 507 pounds on the bar. 3 white lights, lift is good. Brian's 235 getting settled in. Ooh, hook grip in this. Great job, Brian. 3 white lights, lift is good. David Mueller, 250 kilos on the bar, 551.15 pounds. All right, David getting settled in for the second. Smooth, making it look like a first attempt right there. Lift is good. Jamie Ness going for 252.5 kilos, 556.67 pounds. Nice, smooth pull there from Jamie. A little bit slower than his first, but that's what a second attempt should look like. Just a little bit slower. Ernest, 265 on the bar for a second attempt. Stands up with it. Gently sets it back down like there's eggs underneath. 3 white lights, lift is good. Christopher Hunt, 644 pounds. That's right, 644. Great job. Judges say that the lift is not there. John Alderman going for 125 kilos on his third attempt. Straight up, straight down. Textbook deadlift right there. Great third attempt. 3 white lights, lift is good. Robert Harper coming in with 210 kilos on the bar. 462.97 pounds. Not quite there for Robert. Mark Daniel, 220 kilos on the bar, 485.02 pounds. All right, they say that Mark gets 3 white lights. Good deadlift. Monty Murphy, 237.5 kilos, 523.60 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Bap, bap, bap. All right, Monty, getting set up, set in, and ready to go. 242.5 kilos, 534.62 pounds. Ooh, shaky there at the knees, but guess what? That's what a third attempt deadlift should look like.
Yeah, and it's Jake jumping in from Stellar Shots, jumping in to commentate with Brian here for the last deadlifts of the flight.
Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy weekend. I know that we have one session left, but we've been rocking and rolling.
Yeah, and honestly, we got some really exciting lifters coming up in the next session as well. So I'm really excited to see how that goes.
Brian Drzinski, 242.5 kilos on the bar, 534.62 pounds, getting it up to his thighs. That's what we call a grinder right there.
Yeah, we love to see that though. He competed in Masters World Cup last year, so it's really cool to see him coming back.
It's good to see lifters come back and add on to what they've been doing, add on to their story, add on to their history.
Yeah, and it makes that more personal too, and even like as a media company, seeing like those people come back and being able to bond with them and see their journey is really cool.
It's amazing. And I mean, you have athletes like, again, Brian competed last year. I know that there
Hmm.
have been a few people who've competed year after year and has been building up just across the board.
Yeah.
David Mealer coming in with 257.5 kilograms on the bar. One other thing that I thought was really cool is we've seen state record set, national record set for not just the United States, but for Australia, and then world record set all across the weekend.
Yeah, it was really good. Do we have any people from the UK here? We had some from the UK last year, but I
I
don't know if
know
they
that there
made that.
might, from what I heard, that today there will be a few people from the Netherlands.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, we got Ro. Shout out to Ro from the Netherlands, who's going to be competing in the next session here.
All right, Jamie Ness up next, 257.5 kilos on the bar, 567.69 pounds.
Yeah, let's see it.
Jamie's been doing a pretty solid job on his deadlifts. His first two attempts moved really smoothly.
I think he's
Uh,
got it. Yep. There you go.
the second that it broke his knees, just right there.
Exactly.
Like he had a little bit of a slowdown, started to do
Yeah,
the
that'll
shake,
do
and
it.
then just bucked up and did it. Became like really strong, really pulled it in.
Yeah.
Ernest up next, 272.5, 600.76 pounds, just over that 600-pound mark.
Uh-huh.
I think I've only ever pulled 600 on a trap bar once. And that was heavy. That was a
Yeah.
lot of weight in my
That
hands.
600 number, it's intimidating, man.
It's
Once you get to that, it's a whole nother level.
it's real scary. It's like, 500-pound squat, 600-pound deadlift, 225-pound bench for sure. That's impressive. All right, bar is ready for Ernest. Now, I've gotten to see Ernest compete all through the day. He's very, very, precise with everything that he does. Very controlled all the way through.
Let's see it. Let's see how he does.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of sweaty
Painful
palms
to
right
watch.
there.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh, you seeing this number right here, Jake? You seeing that on the old screen?
Oh, yeah.
A world record attempt at how much?
308.5 kgs. 680 pounds?
Yeah, 680 pounds for a master's lifter.
Let's go.
This is insane. This is a world record attempt.
This must be the last puller, right?
This should be the last puller, yeah.
Yeah. And there's nothing better than a successful last attempt of the session.
No, there's hype. There was one time, I will say there might be one thing better. I was at a meet where the power went out, but we were still able to keep going because we opened the garage doors.
Yeah.
It was still dark in the room. The second that the lifter got his deadlift to the very top,
Oh, wow.
the lights came back
Yeah.
on. That might be one of the greatest powerlifting moments I've ever seen. It was an incredible deadlift, and the fact that the lights came back on with it was just incredible timing.
Gives you goosebumps, huh?
It chills. Literal, how do they say? Literal chills.
Yeah.
The one thing that we've really noticed today throughout attempt selections and throughout our reffing is everything's been pretty consistent. These masters lifters take what they're doing seriously.
Yeah, they have a good approach to it for sure.
They have it down to a science. They're meticulous, and they're very cognizant about what their limits are.
Oh,
And they
yeah.
push them as hard as they can without going too far. But they also understand the rules and use them to the best of their advantage.
They've
All
seen
right.
some things.
Let's get behind Christopher. I think he's getting ready to do hook grip right here.
Looks confident. Oh, another grip.
The hook shot off. All right, everyone. We are now moving on to awards. It might be a few minutes, so if you stick with us, awards will be here on platform number 1. So hang with us while we tally up everything, get stuff ready to go, and we will join you here shortly.
Men's equipped master sport, 82.5 kilo weight class silver medal, John McPhee. And in first place, Jeff Hughes. Men's Raw Masters 67.5 kilo weight class bronze medal, Teddy Rasmussen. Teddy? Oh, there it is. Silver medal, Ryan Erasmus. And in first place, Clint Fleetwood. Men's Raw Masters 75 kilo weight class first place, Chad Valentine. Men's Raw Masters 82.5 kilo weight class, silver medal, Amaya Tate. Amaya. And in first place, Peter Melendez. Men's Raw Masters 90 kilo weight class. The bronze medal winner, Ernest Draper. Big beer. Silver medal, David Mueller. And in first place, Christopher Hunt. Men's Raw Masters 67.5 kilo weight class. The bronze medal winner, Sayu Lin. Silver medal, Robert Granco. first place, Jeff Phillips. Give these two fellas another round of applause. All right, the men's Raw Masters 275 kilo weight class. Bronze medal position, Edgar Drake. The silver medal, Brad Loomis. And in first place, Bill Matthews. Men's Raw Masters 282.5 kilo weight class. Bronze medal winner Michael Harris. Silver medal Donovan Thompson. And in first place, Craig Saffron. Men's Raw Masters 290 kilo weight class. Silver medal, William Oswald. And in first place, Kenneth Wright. Men's Raw Masters 360 kilo weight class. In first place, Brian Strew. Men's Raw Masters 375 kilo weight class. Bronze medal, Vic Kana. Silver medal, John Buckwald. And in first place, Dwayne Young. Men's Raw Masters 82.5 kilo weight class. The bronze medal, Michael Godet. Silver medal, Michael Mitchell. And in first place, Ron Garafello. Men's Raw Masters 390 kilo weight class, bronze medal Steve Harstad. Silver medal Matty Muchagrosso. And in first place, Mark Tarver. Men's Raw Masters 4, 67.5 kilo weight class. First place, Arthur Mark Fowler. Men's Raw Masters 4, 75 kilo weight class. First place, David Barnes. Men's Raw Masters 4, 82.5 kilo weight class. Silver medal, Bob Simpkins. And in first place, Barry Hunlock. Men's Raw Masters 4, 90 kilo weight class. Bronze medal winner, Harold Bell Reeve. Silver medal, John Alderman. And in first place, Robert Harper. Men's Raw Masters 5. The only Masters 5 lifter here this morning. Coming in at 84 years old, I believe. 75 kilo weight class. Came all the way from Tasmania, Australia. The gold medal winner, Brian McMaster. and gentlemen, that's it. If you want to take any photos, you can come up to the banners right now. The next session starts at 4 o'clock. Come on up, family, friends, and relatives, and take photos with your lifters in front of the banners.